This course is a computer basics course.
Charging port instead.
These parts are model. The computer case holds the main components of the computer. This
are many wireless home network. Most laptops
application.
Having trouble put. Now it's time to plug in your keyboard and, or it may not be
your computer working on. Turn off.
You can access
how your chair works. Your monitor should be a It's still important to
downloading possible. Filter out these, which is the screen you see here. This time, however, to open an item, you'll need to double-click the web address of the page tab.
Every single day, we upload 4 million hours of video to YouTube. We send 682 million tweets. We post over
searches, news, messaging, social.
1969, when the American Defense Department.
On October the 29th, billions of connections. A global network of networks now consists of over 1.2 million kilometers of computers. An interconnected network that Vint Cerf and Robert Kahn named the Internet.
Each other in a really clever way.
So, say you want to watch a cute video of a cat. Well, your request to see the video shoots out of your device. Sending the whole video in one go down one route will likely mean that back at your device they're juggled into the right order. And once enough of the start of the video has arrived, there's your cat as
Okay, let's begin. The to make up the internet are set up in a web browser. Let's say you went... Anyway, that... No.
To find the example.com meme servers. Try there.
This next set of...
out every single shape except for the stars. Because as we know earlier, these
transmitting 1 petabit of data, a hidden network that links our planet and makes the internet possible. For decades, long-distance communications between cities and countries were carried by electrical signals in wires made of copper. This was slow and inefficient, with metal wires limiting data rates and power lost as wasted heat. But in the late 20th century, engineers mastered a far superior method of transmission. Instead of metal, glass can be carefully melted and drawn into flexible fiber strands, hundreds of kilometers long and no thicker than human hair. And instead of electricity, these strands carry pulses of light, representing digital data. But how does light travel within glass rather than just pass through it? The trick lies in a phenomenon known as total internal reflection. Since Isaac Newton's time, lens makers and scientists have known that light bends when it passes between air and materials like water or glass. When a ray of light inside glass hits its surface at a steep angle, it refracts or bends as it exits into air. But if the ray travels at a shallow angle, it'll bend so far that it stays trapped, bouncing along inside the glass. Under the right condition, something normally transparent to light can instead hide it from the world. Compared to electricity or radio, fiber optic signals barely degrade over great distances. A little power does scatter away, and fibers can't bend too sharply, otherwise the light leaks out. Today, a single optical fiber carries many wavelengths of light, each a different channel of data. And a fiber optic cable contains hundreds of these fiber strands. Over 1 million kilometers of cable crisscross our ocean floors to link the continents. That's enough to wind around the equator nearly 30 times. With fiber optics, distance hardly limits data, which has allowed the internet to evolve into a planetary computer. Increasingly, our mobile work and play rely on legions of overworked computer servers, warehoused in gigantic data centers flung across the world. This is called cloud computing, and it leads to 2 big problems: heat waste and bandwidth demand. The vast majority of internet traffic shuttles around inside data centers, where thousands of servers are connected by traditional for its own good, fueling silicon wires. Don't these electricity to light chips allow us? They get absorbed over long-range history. Photonic exits, inventions that have helped shape the modern world, and some that could help change the future.
In the world of Linux distros, there's always brash young newcomers who get... Really? 1993? Disney's going to have to pump fix and know my way stable branch. You can just pin it and deal with it that way. It works at least as well as Arch in my... By all 4. And is it right for you? Well, if you want a rock-stable distro and don't mind older packages,
Are you in search of finding the best Linux distro for programming or coding in Python, Java, C++, or JavaScript, or even wanted to learn machine learning and stuck at choosing which Linux distribution is best for programming? Well, don't worry, this video shows the top 6 best Linux distros for programming and developers. If you're a user who wants to try Linux on a low-end PC or a laptop, then Linux Mint is a great choice for general purpose use. It's based on Ubuntu, so it has all of the same features and benefits. It has some extra features that make it even more user-friendly. For example, it comes with pre-installed software that makes it easy to get started with using Linux. Linux Mint Cinnamon Edition offers a lightweight desktop experience and uses lesser hardware resources. It is a simple and easy to use operating system with lesser bloatware, makes it better than Windows 11 in terms of performance. The main goal of Linux Mint is to support a wide range of hardware and runs on any PC and delivers a lag-free user experience. If you want full control of the Linux OS, then Arch Linux is the perfect choice for the power users. Unlike other distributions, installing Arch Linux needs experience. If you know how to install Arch Linux, then you can build your customized version of Arch from the ground up. Now, this way, during the installation, this is a very stable distribution that comes in 2 variants such as Leap and Tumbleweed. Distribution designed for digital forensics and penetration testing. It's the most popular choice for security programmers due to its vast collection of security-related tools. These tools can be used to test the security of system and find vulnerabilities. If you're a new Linux user or a beginner and wanted a Linux distribution for learning programming, then Ubuntu is the one you can pick blindly. Take an example of myself. I was introduced to Linux with the name Ubuntu. It's considered to be as one of the sophisticated Linux operating systems which are more popular than any other distros. Our GUI applications is much easier for beginners. If you want the updated, easy my video. This has been KSK Ryle. I will catch you in my next one.
Alright, so have you ever asked yourself the question of why Linux? It's a really secure system and you won't get bothered by needing to find and pay for antivirus software and then up Linux, but more experienced Linux users who also know how to code rarely need to do anything twice because of the fact that Linux lends itself really well for automation. A pretty common thing in the automation. The sixth point is performance. And no, Linux is not necessarily faster than any other operating system, but it is very lightweight for an OS and is compatible with pretty much any machine you can find. You can run Linux on almost anything. So this means that you can very often take an old laptop that is virtually useless because of being so slow and install Linux on that machine and all of a sudden breathe new life into that. A machine that was impossible to work with before is now all of a sudden working really well. There are more performance benefits of Linux, like the reliability of the systems and other things like that, but I feel like this is like the major one. Like being able to revive a dead computer is something that's really useful, I think, and with is an error message. A beginner might not find that much help from these error messages, at least not if they've never spent time in a terminal lifetime there. Alright, so in conclusion, there really aren't that many things that you can do on Linux that are impossible to do on other systems, especially if compared with macOS, but the overarching theme is ease of use. As a rule, it's easier to do what you want to do on Linux than it is.
Why do I code on Linux? I keep getting asked this question when I'm asking y'all, should I stay with my dual boot? Should I VM? Did you know that? They have now Windows. Oh, and speaking of Windows, if you're wondering why don't typically target Linux, and I'm sure it also helps that Linux users are typically more tech savvy. For Windows, I know you can get like Windows keys for cheaper, but I've always been a bit wary about those. Actual pro tip, if you do have an old computer, a laptop, the Linux terminal is just vastly superior than Windows command line or anything that Windows has to offer. And I'm also going to bunch in with like the terminal, the package manager. The package manager, I can install, delete anything I want, all of it, without having to worry about all this random stuff that Windows wants to install or how it wants me to uninstall it. And if I uninstall it, it'll
Prepare for battle.
I see. As counsel. So I have sworn I rise.
Is under attack.
It is so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. The middle tower is under attack.
Hello everybody, this is Tech Hut. In this video, what I'm going to be doing is giving you to be a Linux nerd's dream. It's based on Ubuntu, but strips out just about everything I don't like, including Snap and any other server. I am no fan of the standard Ubuntu desktop, but their server edition has
Choosing the right Linux distribution is very important because so many people just try to go like a top 5 list, or hey, what's the best Linux distro, or hey, is this one any good? And the answer to all these questions is, well, it just depends. And let me explain. We need to actually talk about what makes up a Linux distribution so you actually understand what you're installing. Because if you're just trying to install some random distribution off the internet, or some random Linux distribution, you're just going to end up moving to Windows or Mac because you expect everything to just work the same way. And they fundamentally work different. So what is the big difference, and why do we even call it Linux distribution instead of Windows operating system or Mac?
Okay.
Mac operating system. Why don't we call it Linux operating system? So first off, what's in a distribution? I just mentioned it. The bootloader, this is what loads the operating system. You can actually load Windows with Linux bootloaders. You can load Mac with Linux bootloaders. All these things are basically what load the system. Now, the two common ones are systemd boot. Typically, if you're not going to run like a menu or anything like that, systemd boot's what most go with. Or grub, if you want to do any kind of theming or cool screens that load your operating system, you're going to want probably a grub bootloader. So there's more than that, but for today's video, I'm keeping it simple. Let's move on. The next is the init system, display graphics, the display manager, because Linux, to install one of the things, you don't necessarily need a desktop. And that is Fedora, Debian, and Arch. I would say 99% that look and feel. And then next up is distributions. Now, when I started this off, I said there's 3 distributions you really need to know about when it comes to desktop Linux usage, and that is Fedora, Debian, and Arch. I would say 99% of the Linux desktop users will fall into one of these categories. And you might be thinking, what about Ubuntu? What about KDE Neon? What about Linux Mint? What about all these other ones, Elementary OS? All of those are Debian based. So most of the popular ones out on the market that most people know about are all just Debian at its core with just stuff added on. And that's the first thing you should know. And I even made a shirt said Debian, there is only one, because so much is based on Debian. And It is great. And how you know it's based on Debian is how you install packages. The package manager is really the big thing here. And apt is probably the most popular package manager. To me, I don't see really a purpose in installing anything but Debian. I think the next video I'm going to make is just doing like a Linux Mint, or installing the desktop environment that Linux Mint uses on Debian. And you'll notice really quick, there's not really much difference other than it's a little bit less bloated and there's a lot less stuff installed, which can be a blessing and a curse, but Debian is the granddaddy, the best in my opinion when it comes to stability and reliability. So if you're looking for something incredibly stable and everyone uses it, Debian's typically it. The one downside to Debian, the con, why you wouldn't choose it, is there's not very many new packages. Even running a SID branch, which is like the bleeding edge of Debian, it's still like, several months behind, sometimes up to 6 months behind, even on that development branch. So that's Debian. I would say, install the grub bootloader, systemd, xorg. These are what basic settings are used when installing a base Debian spin. And I'll, again, in the next video, go over this and creating Linux Mint from Debian, basically, so you can see what I'm absolute new directly from Git. Best of our enough update for I think have a bigger share of Linux desktop systemd on almost any of the.
So today what we're going to do is we're going to version, which I think now there's like I think there's a 21 version, maybe even 22. Which is the Ubuntu 22.04. So we're going to open, select target, which is going to be the USB flash drive, which I've. Now we can just turn the laptop off and then turn it back on, and position or single button in order to actually enter into the BIOS or BIOS. I don't know how you say it, but the BIOS or BIOS. I don't know how you say it, but. Alright, so now we have Ubuntu running and now we have two different options, and I've already tried it. I know I want it, so I'm gonna press install Ubuntu. Okay, so what I usually do is I actually partition it so that I have a little bit of Windows and then also a little bit of Linux. So therefore I'm gonna select the something else option and then press continue. Yeah, now we get to choose how we're gonna partition it. All right, so I've tried to Google how this is done, and it seems like we need to actually delete one of the. Apparently the swap should be double the RAM size, which means that we need to give this 32 gigabytes. Here, 32. Okay, so we're gonna. All right, so let's, and in case you're wondering, a long time from my laptop to GitHub so that I can then just get all.
Hello everybody, this is Tech Hut, and in this video we are going to have a little bit of fun. I decided to do a direct speed comparison of Windows, Ubuntu, and Manjaro XFCE just to see the kind of differences in what comes out on top throughout various categories. And there are a couple different ones, including boot time, file transfer speeds, and a couple other things to in. So first, I actually ran the installation of the operating system on each of these systems. For this, I only included the time of the system actually installing, and I also cut out some of the rebooting time. If I included the rebooting times and the "we're getting things ready for you" screen that Windows gives you on the first boot, it would have been far behind. But in this case, you can see Manjaro held a lead at 1 minute and 51 seconds. Windows was right about a minute behind, and Ubuntu took the longest with over 5 minutes to install. Also, I know I disconnected the Wi-Fi to all the systems and made sure there was no updates or additional third-party software to install. Once in the system, I opened the default file manager on each to see the initial response time. They were all close, but you can see them opening with almost perfect timing, first Manjaro, then Ubuntu and Windows. Now I went ahead and took a look at some of the storage space requirements, or the amount of storage space the systems were taking up after the initial install, and some updates. Windows was using 16.1 gigabytes, Ubuntu was just under 6 gigabytes, and Manjaro was approaching 19 gigabytes. Next, I loaded up a USB with a large ISO file and a few media files to see if there are any significant differences in the speed of file transfer. For me, this was probably the most surprising result, as Ubuntu came out far ahead of both Windows and Manjaro by nearly 30 seconds. Manjaro and Windows were basically tied, but Manjaro about 1.5 gigabytes, Ubuntu was at 1.2 gigabytes, and Manjaro was at 500 megabytes of RAM use, mostly credit to it running at. Next, I decided to take a look at some of the system RAM usage on idle. Windows was sitting right about 1.5 gigabytes, Ubuntu was at 1.2 gigabytes, and Manjaro was at 500 megabytes of RAM use, mostly credit to it running XFCE by default. Next, I opened up a large resolution photo. Manjaro was almost instant, and then Windows loaded it right after, and there was a definite noticeable wait with Ubuntu. Now Windows loaded it right, opened up a large resolution, definite noticeable wait with Ubuntu. Now I went ahead and opened up a 1080p video, and it followed basically the same results as the file manager test, with the video opening right to left with Manjaro first and then ending with Windows. Opening up Firefox resulted in a near tie between Windows and Manjaro, with Ubuntu lagging behind, and then loading up the a near tie first and then ending with Windows. Opening up Firefox resulted in a near tie between Windows and Manjaro, with Ubuntu lagging behind, and then loading up the YouTube website had Manjaro come in first, with Ubuntu barely beating out Windows. Next, I decided to run a Geekbench test, and this ended up not being actually a very good comparison between Windows and Linux, because the software does work differently between the two platforms. But anyways, running this on Windows gave this ThinkPad a 2327, and Manjaro slightly ran a quick reboot test. I edited out the login screen and started the timer when the ThinkPad logo first showed up. Windows won this round by a good chunk of time, and then Ubuntu trailed just 4 seconds behind Manjaro. So that was my little side-by-side speed test comparison of these 3 different operating systems. If you liked it, let me know. If you want more like Hello everybody, this is Tekka, and in this video what we're going to be doing is something a little bit special. This boot to ensure there's no hibernation or anything like that. And on the ThinkPad, first place we have the Arch-based operating system at 17 seconds, followed up by Debian at 21 seconds, and then trailing over 10 seconds behind is Windows. I also decided to run this test on the desktop just to see if there'd be any significant differences on better hardware, and there actually was. Arch still came in the lead with 13 seconds, but this time Windows was very close at 14 seconds, with Debian following behind at 16 seconds. Next, I decided to do a simple side-by-side application launch test using GIMP, and both of the Linux distros are fairly quick, with Endeavour opening GIMP in 2 to 3 seconds, followed up by Debian with about 3 to 4 seconds. And then what really kind of surprised me was it took Windows 10 over 30 seconds to just open up GIMP. Now with GIMP actually open, I decided to run a quick render test. To do this, I made a 2500 by 2500 pixel canvas, and rendered out the lava texture. This test actually had flipped results from the application launch test, with Arch coming in at about 12 seconds, Windows 10 coming in about 30. No on better hard desktop computer. Valley test. What this test is going to do is measure the frame rates, the GPU clock speeds, the GPU settings, and with the desktop we ran it at 1080p. Tests that test your browser's overall capabilities, including HTML. Scoring 3,858, nearly 400 points behind Debian, scoring 4,246. And then if we go ahead and take a look at the scores on the laptop, it followed the same ranking, but with Arch coming in the lead at 756 points, with Debian at basically the same pattern, with the order going Debian first, Arch second, and Windows third on both single and multi-core performance. You can see the actual details on the screen. Coming in first place we had Debian at 9 million, with Windows following at 8.7 million, and then in this test Arch came in last at 8.4 million. Next I went ahead, we had a really odd result. We had Windows beat out Arch in time, so the differences, so that is at 24.8 seconds. Upgrading to the 5.9 gave us nearly a 6-second advantage, and in the original test this would have put it ahead of Arch by nearly 5 seconds. So when actually running these benchmarks and speed tests, it seems that the better hardware you
Are you sick of paying for Windows just so you can remove that annoying watermark and set your own wallpaper? Or maybe you just don't want Microsoft tracking you, or you resent them for constantly trying to force you to use Bing? Linux Mint might just be the operating system for you. And unlike other Linux distributions that can have a fairly steep learning curve, Mint bills itself on being very easy to migrate to, even if you've only ever used Windows. But is it right for you? And what should you know before taking the plunge? The first most important thing to know is that Mint comes in 3 different variations that are officially called flavors, which, makes sense for an OS called Mint, right? You've got Cinnamon, which is a full-featured operating system and looks the nicest. Mate, or Mate, which I think is what it's really pronounced, which looks the nicest. Mate, or Mate, which I think is what it's really pronounced, which has fewer features but is faster and more stable. And XFCE, which is even lighter than Mate. I was kind of hoping that there'd actually be flavors, you know? Like, we've got cinnamon, why couldn't we have had, like, I don't know, cherry, or blueberry, or like, chocolate? Oh well. Anyway, for most people, cinnamon will be the way to go, with the other 2 flavors more for users needing extra stability for some specialized applications, or for folks who are running very low-spec hardware, or, just plain prefer the older style interfaces. In fact, Mint actually recommends just 4 gigabytes of RAM and 100 gigabytes of free disk space for optimal performance. So yeah, even Mint Cinnamon is not at all hard to run on any reasonably modern computer. And it can be a great way to breathe new life into an older PC that you just have lying around. Setup is also pretty similar to Windows. You just create a bootable USB, insert it into your PC, and start it up. And then you follow the instructions. I would. Mint does actually have the advantage of being generally more stable than Windows. For starters, there just aren't as many pieces of malware written for Linux that are quite low. You'll actually use this one. These aren't just Linux substitutes for well-known programs either. There's Steam, Blender, and Skype, all available on Linux as well. And as in Windows, there are quite a few user-friendly customization options to make the OS look and feel doing in free Linux distro that many have also lauded as being friendly for beginners. Like Mint, it's also quite popular, and is what Mint is actually originally Proton to get around this. But what about Ubuntu? Another free Linux distro that many have also lauded as being friendly for beginners. Like Mint, it's also quite popular, and is what Mint is actually originally based on. But it has a few quirks that are leading us to recommend Mint instead if we were picking between the 2 for, the beginner type of user. Ubuntu's user interface is much less similar to Windows than Mint, so it might take a little longer to get used to. And it also collects telemetry data that might make it less appealing to folks concerned about privacy. Ubuntu also has a walled garden of sorts in their software distribution platform called Snap. Downloads from Snap often take a little longer to run as they contain extra files that should allow them to run on any Linux distro. It's not a bad idea, but this means that you get less control over exactly what is downloaded to your PC. Snap is also controlled by Canonical, the company that develops Ubuntu, which has made lots of Linux enthusiasts concerned that Ubuntu might become a walled garden of sorts. So if all of this has made you decide to hop on the Mint train, I wish you luck. But don't expect it to make your computer smell better.
Hey everyone, this is Nick, and whether you're a Linux user or a Windows user, chances are you've already heard a ton of preconceived notions act on these connections. First is what's inside. This thing runs a beefy Intel Core i7-12700H. It also has 16 GB of RAM and 1 TB of SSD. It also has an RTX 3060 inside, which, yes, it is NVIDIA, but that's also a good way to test driver support between operating systems and hybrid graphics as well, which will be the default mode it will run on for all tests. It has a 40 specific customizations to the default, with no swap space being used. On Windows, the system reports 3.3 GB of RAM being used after a fresh boot. Now, older folders from older versions of Windows so you can go back to them, which means that your disk space is going to get very cramped more rapidly than with Linux, but out of the box, they're pretty much the same. As per RAM usage, Ubuntu System Monitor reported 1.9 gigs of RAM used after a cold boot, with no swap space being used. On Windows, the system reports 3.3 GB of RAM being used after a fresh boot. Now, how well these two numbers can be compared is up to debate, because the system monitors aren't the same application, and so they might not measure the exact same. Diskmark, which uses the exact same tests as KDiskmark, per second, and an upload speed of 196 megabits per second. On Ubuntu, the same speed test over Wi-Fi got 154 megabits per second for download speed and 201 for upload. Ubuntu has better download speeds over Wi-Fi than Windows, and it's a result I could confirm by just moving the laptop around in my apartment and running the test multiple times. It just works better, and it's probably due to the specific hardware on Wi-Fi. On to the CPU benchmark, namely Geekbench 6. On Windows, it gave me a score of 20. I ran Unigine at high settings, Wi-Fi at mid brightness in battery saving mode, with nothing else running in the background, and both devices running in hybrid graphics mode. On Ubuntu, the laptop lasts.
The vast majority of the world runs Windows on the desktop, which may be true, but everyone knows that if you need reliability for, say, the is just right, something like TinyCore can run on just some form of Linux. That's thanks in part to Linux's ability to be shaped for stability, or as a few of you noted, it just plain works. Yes, sir, once configured and running, barring a power outage or other catastrophic event, lttstore.com. Custom UIs for the folks who need them. You can run Braille interfaces. If you like a GUI and the efficiency of the terminal, i3 Window Manager is for you. Who needs a mouse, right? It's a lean, mean coding machine. Literally. Another reason to use the terminal is that input, output, and error data can be easily redirected, allowing able to run. Check out over here, you can use Linux to stay as private as possible by using the Tails distro of Linux, again, running off of a USB. Number 9 is learning. You guys were vocal about this, and I agree. Linux is a great platform to learn on. You can start with a fully featured distro that's got all the GUI elements you could want for easy day-to-day use. Then, when you decide, hey, you might want to change your desktop, you find a tutorial and follow it, giving you a small guided taste of what Linux is about. That might be all you end up learning, but for some others, that might lead into a deeper dive, snowballing into possibly learning to develop tools for Linux. It's the kind of rabbit hole that you can. The system is working. The user base for Linux.
So many trapped in a world they think they can't escape. So many.
Now, Evangel that includes the very special NVIDIA driver and one for everyone else. You can use either, but it's easiest to download the ISO that best matches your system to reduce the number of steps required during installation. Now, you could just burn it if you've got an optical drive and a blank DVD, but if, like most of us, all you Fedora and Ubuntu both support it, but as far as I know, every other, with everything else being things like Wine, the software that allows you to run Windows programs on Linux, is a good example of this, because the version included in PopShop is quite old. However, the developers have decided.
Hey guys, this is Nick, and Ubuntu got me into Linux in 2006. Without it, no way this channel exists, no way I'm ever interested in Linux at all, and no way I have any computer interest at all apart maybe from gaming on it. Still, the Ubuntu of today isn't the Ubuntu of old, and it's evolved into something that I just can't recommend to beginners anymore. Let's see why. Why you shouldn't use anything else than today's sponsor as your Office suite. This video is sponsored by OnlyOffice, the free and open source Office. The link in the description below and give OnlyOffice a try, you won't regret it. Okay, the Ubuntu of old. It was glorious back then. It single-handedly turned the Linux desktop from something that was only usable by really knowledgeable people into something that was really accessible to the masses, even then. Ubuntu worked hand in hand with GNOME to push that desktop forwards, add configuration utilities, fix thousands of small usability issues, allow users to have a nice looking graphical app store instead of a package manager. Sorry Synaptic, you were cool but you're still ugly and unfriendly to this day. Without all the work Ubuntu did back in the day, up until Unity was dropped, I don't think the Linux desktop would be as usable as it is today. Ubuntu really put the focus on UX, usability, graphical utilities, and I have a feeling that GNOME's current focus on UX wouldn't be a thing without Ubuntu. Now some people will probably hold that against Ubuntu. When GNOME moved to GNOME 3, Ubuntu decided to go their own way with Unity. And while the first versions weren't amazing in terms of performance and stability, by the end of that desktop, it was probably one of the best options for fully polished display server that was meant to replace x.org and be an alternative to Wayland. And they basically settled for GNOME 3 plus 2 extensions. Distro anymore. Well, Ubuntu has a desktop problem. Since it basically abandoned the leadership of the desktop to the community, it also doesn't seem to anticipate things very much, which means that the extensions they apply to GNOME pull them backwards. Ubuntu doesn't follow the GNOME release cycle anymore, which means that you're always at least one version behind. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Wait 6 months to get an update? Don't laugh, it's a real problem. Waiting 6 months to get what everyone else can have sucks. But also, this is done in order to update their extensions and make sure their desktop still works. But it has unintended problems. First, they still ship updated versions of some applications, but not of all apps. You'll get Nautilus version 42 in the next release of Ubuntu. GNOME 41 released 6 months updates. And Ubuntu also has an apps problem. Ubuntu pushes Snaps, their own containerized solution that was initially designed to create Ubuntu phone apps through so-called click packages, enhance security and sandboxing. And more importantly, it's a packaging format that's increasingly being left out by other distros. It's virtually only there by default on the wrong horse in the future for complete Linux beginners. Linux Mint has a relentless drive to keep in general. Now, Ubuntu is less apps on Snap, and so less apps for Ubuntu in general. Now, Ubuntu is still very easy to use, but its crown in terms of the easiest distro for beginners is long gone. Nowadays, plenty of options are better than Ubuntu for complete Linux beginners. Linux Mint has a relentless drive to keep working on what made Ubuntu great in the first place. Everything must have a graphical user interface to configure it. Zorin OS does as well, even though its GNOME implementation is also a Franken-Ubuntu or a Franken-Zorin. These two options alone are, in my opinion, much better for beginners than Ubuntu. They have more quality of life features like built-in accent colors, more configuration tools, and they support more software, plus all the software made for Ubuntu. Other options are catching up as well, even though they still have issues that prevent them from being as user-friendly as Ubuntu yet. Elementary OS has a laser focus on usability, ease of use, and having the most polished experience. Only the lack of software by default in the App Center holds them back. Fedora has a super smooth GNOME desktop, it's updated fast and constantly, it leverages Flatpak to distribute applications, it has instructions for Ubuntu. It has huge help forums, and it's also generally one of the main officially supported distros for commercial software. Its GNOME implementation works, even though it got you covered. Your firstborn son, whatever else can help. And if you didn't like the video, you can also dislike it and tell me why in the comments. If you want to help support what I do.
Hello everybody, this is TechHut. In this video, what we're going to be doing is checking out some lightweight Linux distributions, and to help us do that, I've recruited the aid of what I think is the worst laptop in the world. This right here is the HP Mini 110-3030NR netbook laptop. And no, this thing isn't technically the worst spec'd thing in the world. There are probably laptops that are technically worse than this, but this is pretty bad. And the reason why I'm calling it the worst laptop in the world is my personal experience with this. Back in, I believe it was 2012 or so, I helped my grandmother purchase this laptop, and at the time I do believe this thing was just a laptop. Now, one thing is when it comes to the theming, you're not going to get that kind of error CPU usage. Let's do the dreaded task of opening another. Is probably not going to be a light enough Linux distribution for this laptop. The thing with Zorin Lite is it's right in the middle of.
So many people are interested in getting into Linux, but don't really know where to start, and probably it should begin with lightweight Linux is kind of what I call it. Because it's a good way to kind of get into Linux and never have to worry about losing anything or figuring stuff out, you just don't care. And really the best case for this is something like a crappy old netbook. Like loading up Ubuntu, just threw in the ISO here, and it's loading a fresh version. So I can install, so I'm going to just walk you through the install here. It is a very, very nice distro. So with that, I'm just going to flip through, choose all this. We're going to erase the entire disk and load this up because I really love this. As far as what you can do, it is just, and load Ubuntu on, good. So with that, let's go ahead and it'll fly through this install process. Now, I will say, if you're using Ubuntu on like your performance machine, like if I were going to use this on inside, it would give me literally every ounce of performance I want to squeeze out of that machine. Usually it loads within probably about 30 seconds. There's so many other there. This is what this thing is running uptime that memory. So there you have it. That was the
Hey guys, so I often get recommended to try out distributions based on Debian testing and Debian unstable, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about my thoughts on those kind of distributions as a Linux hub, as a sort of a cornerstone. And for that kind of community environment as well. Although I think in a lot of recent cases now, people who are looking for rolling releases that aren't necessarily Arch are probably looking more towards a distribution like Solus now. It's got a lot of attention over the past year or so, and Ike's been doing some absolutely fantastic work on it. So I think quite possibly now, when it comes to rolling releases,
I'm about to do something I haven't done on this channel in years, and I don't think I've ever really done it properly, and I wanted to actually review a distribution from Linux. And this is something that I might do. It's actually my first, which means the Linux kernel runs pretty far behind, but it's tested. You're not going to get a whole bunch of really bad commits, and it works really, really well. Even some RHEL-based servers like I've used back in the day, like CentOS 6 and CentOS 7, were good. Rocky Linux, Alma Linux, all these are RHEL-based servers. This is not a and it's a pretty easy syntax. So overall, I like apt a little bit better than Pacman, but at the same, mainly because in the day with like terminal, so I can launch multiple. We'll be ready for well, and you can do tiling. Like we have regular tiling, but you can actually go full screen with this. You can do tiled mode.
I had to make the switch from Arch to Debian for a couple of reasons, but then I ended up enjoying a few things more about it, and I think it's actually, why did I switch? Well, it had nothing to do with Arch itself. Unfortunately, with Arch, you can't set your updates to only download security updates to minimize your update sizes. It's either all or none. Fortunately, I had downloaded a bunch of recent ISOs before I left home, so I had a recent point release for. And then there's always conflicts with, do you want to replace this with that during updates? And then I had things that required manual intervention several times, which is fine when, I'm at home just toying with it, and it just wouldn't boot into Arch anymore. As it comes out with a lot more to download and more often. Now this doesn't mean or snaps or even strange, to be honest. I host machine here and I can show you LibreOffice 7. The same version fire up a terrible. But it's not exactly user IDE and so on. So you just pick your download, way easy. My main laptop, my other screen up there, do, and then move on. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to keep experimenting with other distros. I have several other distros installed on OS on here. So really, as long as I still have the software that I need to use and it's up to date enough to work and it's not broken, there's no real need for me to change anything. I'm still getting my security updates and my major bug fixes, the patches.
So first off, before we get into this, I have to say, installing Linux the right way is not for everybody. If you've never touched Linux, let's say you're not computer savvy, I recommend, because it's run by neckbeards that don't really understand, and really, I don't think download as we install etcher.io or Belina.io and just download this. It has a Mac client, it has a Windows client, usually installs just fine. If you're on Windows, you could also use Rufus, but basically just create it, plug it. I've done a lot of videos explaining the process. All right, and then we get to our loaded in screen here on our computer. So you could do graphical install, but if you're using like NVIDIA card or something in your system, a lot of times this won't work. So I really recommend just doing the base install without. So first off, before we get process. All right, and then we recommend just root account, which is recommend or petitioning you do it, updated. So I'm going to just show the desktop kind of what you'd see. It's obviously going to differ from what I'm about to show you, but I just want to prepare you. First off is GNOME, looks like this. XFCE will probably look something like this. KDE looks like this. Absolutely love it. It's my personal favorite, KDE. Cinnamon is not going to look like this. Is actually what we're going to install today. We're going to mimic what Linux Mint kind of would look like, because Cinnamon's designed by the Linux Mint team. So we're going to install that today. Mate, which will look like this. LXDE, don't use that one. LXDE is like a depreciated desktop environment, and LXQT is its successor. So you would want LXQT. It's an active development, and it's still a very lightweight one. Out of everything you see here, LXQT will be the lightest weight. So if you're installing this on a potato, install LXQT. It's very reminiscent of what you see in like Lubuntu. And then those bottom two options are like web server and SSH. That's if you're doing like a web server or remoting into the system. So for this one, we're going to uncheck GNOME and select Cinnamon, emulating a Linux Mint install. Now this is going to take a while, as it is downloading the most up-to-date version of that, which is 1600 packages. So I do anticipate this taking there's only one, and we also changed it with a couple and display. And then we can select like a 1080p should be good, or I might just do 720 just so we have, we go here. Our settings done. We have a very Mint-esque look and feel to it. Obviously you can change a lot of the look and feel here, but the reason why I really like this system is, one, we can change a lot of different things here. Let's just do an apt install neofetch, and we'll just do a neofetch to see. So this is about 1800 packages. I think Linux Mint's in the mid 2000s on install, so quite a bit less packages to get functional. Same system, obviously, which is really, really nice. And I'm going to just change a little couple things. That why we start this way, why it's the right way, is because we're starting from a really good base. We get to pick out pretty much everything we want with the system. I would probably install like Time Shift for baptism. Good tool, so nice. Know what programs you download that guy. That looks like a solid one. Select set neofetch, just so you don't have like master show a couple different worm. Instead of using this old mirror, I actually have a special mirror, and I'll probably do like a little how-to article running your own Linux mirror. I might label that video as, hey, you should do this before the end of the world happens, because this means I would download every package known to man that Debian has to offer as of it actually updates itself. So instead of going out, so this is what you get. You do have like a browser, a couple little things like obviously Thunderbird for email, some basic games. You got LibreOffice installed by default. Still a little bit more bloat than I'd like, but it does give you just the bare necessities with just a good tool set right out of the gate. Now, if you didn't want all these tools installed on the get-go, you could actually take off a lot of this during the install process, but it does complicate things. So I wanted to show the base. It's going to be very intuitive, just like Linux Mint is out of the box. Now, you can do the same thing with Fedora. You can do the same thing with Arch. Obviously, Arch.
Debian versus Ubuntu. Which would you choose? Hey guys, it's Joel here with Make Tech Easier. Ubuntu received a lot of love in its earlier releases. It made many seemingly complicated operations easier for beginners just coming into the world of Linux-based distributions. But around the same time the Unity interface was launched, it started to get some hate too. Objectively speaking, the interface was not good or bad, it did its job well, but it did it differently than what most people were used to. Then some other changes like inserting ads in the launch menu and changing the interface once again to GNOME made some users dislike the distro even more, and people began to look for alternatives, with one of them being Debian. Since Ubuntu is created from Debian, the two are very similar at the core. However, with the changes canonical made to Debian to create Ubuntu, there are also a lot of differences, some of them subtle. As far as the operating system is concerned, where configuration files reside and how the package manager operates, both distributions are almost the same. For a beginner, Debian might seem harder to use, but that's not because the distro is more complicated. It's because Ubuntu comes with a set of utilities pre-installed that helps newbies easily configure their systems. For example, it's easy to install a video card driver with the help of a graphical application in Ubuntu. In Debian, however, this has to be done manually by finding out what packages are required and installing them with the package manager. Ubuntu can also be upgraded with a few mouse clicks, with the help of a graphical application that's pre-installed. On Debian, the recommended way is to follow these steps. Users that want to learn how things work can choose Debian and do everything themselves. Once they know how all these pieces fit together, Debian is easy to use. But users that can't be bothered with the details and just want the job done, with tools that automate these tasks will be happier with Ubuntu. Ubuntu splits software into three categories: main, universe, and multiverse. The packages in the main section get upgraded as often as necessary, patching bugs and security holes and adding new features. The packages in universe are maintained by volunteers sometimes if someone really wants to do it. Otherwise, for the entire duration of the release. And with new features you sometimes get new bugs and unexpected results. Since Debian keeps almost all software tricky to migrate from, say, GNOME to MATE. Sometimes it just works, other times there are things that need to be fixed to make it work properly. The upside is that Ubuntu goes the
So in today's video, I'm going over Debian versus Ubuntu. This is kind of an interesting thing just because, well, Debian is more geared towards a veteran user and Ubuntu is more geared towards a beginning user. But really, what are the differences between the two? Which is pretty amazing. So starting off with what is actually the differences between the two, Debian itself is for those more security conscious users, and Ubuntu is more geared to the actual beginner because it's a lot of its packaging and other things that it has over the Debian counterpart. So think of Debian as a more secure distribution than that of Ubuntu because there's just less stuff in it to really muck it up and do some other stuff, which I'm about to get into. In that same realm, Debian uses all free software by default, which is pretty amazing. And Ubuntu packages a lot of proprietary stuff directly in. Even on a minimal Ubuntu install, there's still some proprietary like hardware blobs and things like that in there. And why that matters is Ubuntu, when it comes to like Wi-Fi, network cards, if you have like an NVIDIA card for your graphics, these things all use proprietary drivers, or many of them do, and they need those to work. So a free version of Debian may not even boot on your system because it just doesn't have the drivers. It just depends on how your systems are configured, or maybe it'll boot but you don't have any network connection. So as far as free always being a good thing, in some instances like hardware support, it actually counts as almost a negative against Debian. Now that's not to say you can't just go ahead and install that stuff. You just need to know out of the gate, oh hey, I have a Wi-Fi adapter that doesn't have any free drivers that are in the Linux kernel. I know I need to install the proprietary firmware to make sure that driver works. So that is more of an advanced thing, and like I said at the beginning that's really why a lot of experts use Debian, because they don't want all that junk on their system. And a beginner would use Ubuntu because, well, it just comes packaged by default, so it just works. You don't have to worry about it. Now that said, there are versions of Debian that are really, really good. There's a Debian non-free, which is fantastic, that includes a lot of these proprietary hardware blobs and things that are needed to make your Wi-Fi drivers functional, or these types of things. So if you're trying Debian and your system's not working right, or parts of your hardware aren't functional, definitely try downloading the Debian non-free version. You have to dig a little bit for this one because by default, Debian just ships everything free, and that's what your default downloads are. So we've gone over, hey, it's more secure as far as Debian, and it also ships with all this free software. There's other packages in there, like Ubuntu has more compatibility, not only hardware, but also software-wise, because it has something called PPAs. It makes it very easy to install software that's not part of the Debian repositories, and makes it very easy to add more repositories to your PPAs. Don't do it. It's bad. It's meant for Ubuntu and Ubuntu-based distributions. PPAs. Don't do it. It's bad. It's meant for Ubuntu and Ubuntu-based distributions. Now, sticking to the actual software version of this, or the software years behind, then you have the unstable release, which runs a lot newer, but still not bleeding edge by any means. It's not like an Arch installation. It's still running probably a good
distribution can be really hard because there's so many similar choices. In this Versus episode, we're going to take a look at Linux Mint Ubuntu, which is a fork of Debian. So these are all really related, and again, that makes them appear to be very similar. Both available in different flavors, so you can get them with different desktop managers if you choose, and that starts to bring them closer in line, and now they look very similar again. But their origins are very different. Ubuntu was released in 2004 by Canonical. It's got a corporate entity behind it, so there's actually a lot of people that work to put that product together. Versus Linux Mint, which was created in 2006 by an individual person and then has grown into a volunteer team, so much more grassroots than corporate. Now, the origin of each of these, they weren't created from scratch. They were both forks of previously existing. operating systems, mostly Debian. So you'll see where Ubuntu is actually a fork of Debian, And Linux Mint is a fork of Ubuntu, which is a fork of Debian. So these are all really related, and again, that makes them appear to be very similar. But we also have another huge difference, which is the target audience. With Linux Mint, they really focused on the desktop experience. So for desktop users, what can make it the easiest for them to use? But Ubuntu is a little more flexible. They focused on not just one area, but servers, desktops, IoT, supercomputers, really flexible way that you can use that operating system. All right, now I mentioned the user interfaces are different. Let's take a look at each one and get an idea of what that means. Let's get started with Ubuntu. What I'm running here is a default install of Ubuntu Linux 20.04, and you'll see the GNOME Desktop Manager. It's very unique compared to other operating systems. You've got a task manager or task bar over here on the left. I can see some default applications like Firefox and Thunderbird Mail. We've got a music player, their app store, and so on. And then I've got an application library button here. If I click that, I'll see all of my applications come up, and I can start to pick and choose what I want to run. And we even have multiple desktop support if we want to have virtual desktops to lay things across. GNOME is designed to be a very efficient, user-friendly operating system, and the folks at Canonical have made a few minor changes to it to make it a little more tablet-friendly as well. So that's why we see nice, large, well-defined buttons over here that are easy to touch with your finger when you're on a touch screen. So all things they've kind of taken into account. We also have power management, our login and log off options. Those are up at the top right of the screen. So you have a very designed to be a user interface that's kind of out of your way. Applications get the primary focus. When I'm running an application, it will get most of the screen. All the other controls are out of sight, out of mind. Now let's take a look at Linux Mint. Linux Mint uses the Cinnamon desktop manager, and it's very different than what we saw on Ubuntu. First off, you'll notice that things are pretty small. It's not focused on a touch interface at all. They expect a mouse and a keyboard, so all the controls are rendered smaller on the screen. And I don't have a taskbar on the left side. I have a taskbar down here at the bottom. I see a button for Linux Mint with their little logo I can bring up to get to a menu. And if you're coming from the Windows world, this should look really familiar to you. Linux Mint wanted to make a desktop that was easy for people to switch to. And back when Windows 7 was being end of life, they knew a lot of people would be switching to Linux, and they wanted to give them a similar environment, something they were used to, so they wouldn't have to be retrained. So that's what we're seeing here is basically the equivalent of a start menu at the bottom left. We've got our file explorer and other options right here in the taskbar. At the bottom right, I've got my clock, my volume, my network, and I've got desktop icons very similar to Microsoft Windows. So that's the primary goal here of this desktop environment, is to make it easy for users to switch in without having to be retrained. Completely different design dynamic than what we saw over in Ubuntu. So we just saw the desktops, which is a pretty big difference. Let's talk about some of the similarities. First, the App Store. Both Ubuntu and Linux Mint are forked down the road from Debian, and that means they run pretty much the identical set of applications. So you're not going to see a huge difference between the two. Ubuntu does have their own app store where they do curated software. In Linux Mint, we have the software manager, which is basically the same thing, curated software. Both use the same installation wizard, so it's really just clicking next a bunch of times. Maybe you want to customize and identify where one distro will be better over another one. The desktop manager is probably the big obvious one. In fact, that's going to be one of the major decision points here. If you like that Cinnamon interface, identify where one distro will be better over another one. The desktop manager is probably the big interface, then Linux Mint may be right for you. If you prefer the GNOME interface, then Ubuntu may be right for you. But those are interchangeable for you. Be one of the major decision points here. If you like that Cinnamon interface, then Linux Mint may be right for you. If you prefer the GNOME interface, then Ubuntu may be right for you. But those are interchangeable. We can actually change out the interface. So some of the other differences start to come into play. Let's talk about system requirements. With Ubuntu, they recommend you have a minimum of 4 gigabytes of RAM to do a basic install. In the Linux Mint world, they recommend a minimum of 2 gigabytes. And that means that Linux Mint is a little bit more friendly. On Mint world, they recommend a minimum of 2 gigabytes to do a basic install. In the Linux Mint world, they recommend a minimum of 2 gigabytes. And that means that Linux Mint is a little bit more friendly on lower end hardware. If you have older computers, old laptops laying around, Linux Mint may run a little bit better there than Ubuntu, although Ubuntu can be scaled back if need be. Cost and support. Linux Mint is completely, totally free. There's no way to pay for it. It's just free. But you get basically no support. There's a community that's available. You can post questions, but it's not real support. So you're on your own with Linux Mint. Ubuntu, on the other hand, has a whole commercial arm. You can pay for commercial support. They don't sell Ubuntu. The operating system is free. You can download, install, and run it. Doesn't cost you a dime. But if you want to pay, then you can get support. You can call them on the phone or open up an email ticket and they'll help you through your issues, which makes it a lot more friendly for business use. And that's that next icon there. On the business side, for business use option, Linux Mint really isn't. Because there's no chance to get support, you typically don't want to use that in your business. If something goes wrong, you're on your own. You've got to fix it. It's not supported. Also, Ubuntu is a little faster at getting updates because Mint is building off of what Ubuntu has done. So it's a little bit slower on the update side, which makes Linux Mint a little less attractive for business users. The release schedule. I mentioned 6-month updates, right? So every 6 months, both Ubuntu and Linux Mint do releases. However, there is a difference in long-term support releases. You don't want to have to upgrade every 6 months. That's a hassle, especially in an enterprise where you might have thousands of computers. So what Ubuntu does is every 2 years, they do what's called an LTS, or a long-term servicing branch. And a long-term servicing release is supported for 5 years. So that means you really only have to upgrade every 5 years. Yes, you need to do security updates, but a major upgrade is every 5 years. In Linux Mint, it's every 2 years. So they have a more frequent update schedule. For an individual user on their desktop at home, that's fine. In an enterprise, that's a bit of a headache. Backup systems. Well, at home, that's fine. In an enterprise, that's a bit of a headache. Backup systems. Well, they both have support for basically the same backup software, so not a huge difference from that side. But one thing Ubuntu does shine at is they directly support the ZFS file system, which has some really neat snapshotting and backup utilities that can piggyback off of it to make it easier to back up software. So Ubuntu definitely gets a bit of an edge on that side. Customization. Well, Ubuntu is constantly used as the basis for other distros like Linux Mint. There are literally hundreds of distros that are based on Ubuntu. You can customize it however you want and release it and know that it's going to be stable and secure, and a lot of people do that. Linux Mint, on the other hand, really only has a handful of forks off of it, that most people will go back to the Ubuntu side. So Ubuntu is considered to be heavily customizable for creating your own distro. But both are customizable just in terms of your own machine. You can tweak just about any setting that you want, and you have a lot of flexibility. Now, gaming, this is going to be a big deciding factor for some of you out there. I've mentioned some of the business case stuff, but let's talk about personal. When you talk about video games, the #1 store for buying video games right now is Steam. And Steam, it directly supports Ubuntu. You can go to Valve's Steam page and download a deb package, which will install on Debian. It'll actually install in Linux Mint as well, but some little things may not work quite right. At Valve, they are only testing on Ubuntu, and so if you want to do video gaming with something like Steam's library, then you'll want to run Ubuntu for that. So it's better for you. It's a more user-friendly desktop environment that helps people switching from Windows 7 into the Linux world, and it's just kind of an easier adoption cycle. However,
what it is. So VS Code, or Visual Studio Code, oftentimes people will refer to it as VS Code, is a free, open source, lightweight code editor that works for almost every programming language. Now, VS Code is the most popular code editor, at least in 2021 when I'm filming this video, and it is maintained and developed by Microsoft. Now, the reason that people use all of these when you're actually developing or writing code in VS this test, and then inside of this folder, I'll create a few files. I'll say test or your standard command prompt. If you're on Mac, you're on Linux, this will probably be your bash or whatever the default terminal is for your system. And inside of here, you can type any commands that you would normally type. Now, by default, this terminal will start in the directory of the project that you opened. If you're using a specific Python, I'm now going to show you the extensions pane. So when I press on extensions, go to references, peek, and a ton of other useful things. So I won't really show you all of these because
have Visual Studio Code installed on your machine and you want to open it from command prompt, then it's just a one word which you need to type. Go to command prompt and type the word code and hit enter. Within few seconds you will see that Visual Studio is up and running in front of you.
Encryption is the process of taking a message and scrambling its contents so that only certain people can look at your message. Lock. Now comes a real problem. How does Alice share this passphrase securely with Bob? It's completely public. Algorithm. This algorithm will generate a public and private key that are mathematically linked to each other. Public keys can be used to encrypt data, and only the matching private key can be used to decrypt it. Even though the keys are linked together, they cannot be derived from each other. Asymmetric encryption to communicate securely with each other. The document and to unlock the document and read it. Because they use asymmetric encryption, only Bob is able to decrypt the message. Not even Alice can decrypt it because she doesn't have Bob's private key. The strength and security of the asymmetric encryption now relies on Alice and Bob to keep their private keys well protected. If an attacker steals Alice's private key, it can be used to decrypt all encryption works, and what the differences are.
So what is Git and why is it so popular? Git is the most popular version control system in the world. A version control system records the changes made to our code over time in a special database called repository. We can look at our project history and see who has made what changes, when, and why. And if we screw something up, we can easily revert our project back to an earlier state. Without a version control system, we'll have to constantly store copies of the entire project in various folders. This is very slow and doesn't scale at all, especially if multiple people have to work on the same project. We will have to constantly toss around the latest code via email or something.
We're going to be looking at the wonderful world of Git, the version control system, and GitHub, the popular service that makes creating, developing, and sharing code fun and easy. Let's start with a short history of Git. As with many great things in life, Git began with a bit of creative destruction and fiery controversy. Our story begins in 1991 with the creation of the Linux kernel. The Linux kernel is an open source software project of fairly large scope. For most of the lifetime of the Linux kernel, maintenance changes to the software were passed around as patches and archived files. In 2000,
Siapa yang di sini kangen sama lagu Niji? Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Engkau pun tahu niatku.
Yang bener gini nih. Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Kau bunuh dia sesuatu. Oke, gue coba. Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Kau bunuh dia sesuatu, itu cinta.
Siapa yang di sini kangen sama lagu Niji? Buang semua puisi antara kita berdua. Engkau pun tahu.
Saya mau makan apa?
Ayam goreng bahagia.
Bahagia. Petenya banyak banget. Petenya fresh banget lagi.
Tinggal digoreng. Jadi kita pesannya di meja.
Lapar ya? 5 paha. Bawang goreng. Sate usus. Beras. Dage.
Dage. Ini dage nih. Aku belum pernah nyoba. Ini kayak semacam oncom gitu. Khas Cirebon.
Kumbang.